Yes. Okay, we launched the game, but I mute the audio so it doesn't ruin your ears. Or maybe even Jack and Daxter. Honestly, I've been kind of craving it lately. The noises, guys. Horrible. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm so sorry. Let me fix that. Where is it? Why can't I find it? Oh, it's right here. Okay, we good. Persona! Oh my god. It just started, babe. Thank you for the raid. What's going on? Okay. We play. Why waste time when we can play video games? Anybody coming in? My pronouns are she, her. So happy to have you. Okay, so last time on this silly little game, we fought one of the bosses, which was fierce. I think we ignore. Hi, Dill Pickle. Oh, we ignore. We ignore. There are so many enemies. What? We ignore. Oh my god, it's been literally 2 days and I already forgot how to play. This is bad. This is bad. Oh my god. I'm doing great. Okay. What? Oh, and I have no idea what's happening in the story. I'm just kind of going along with it. Why did he just touch his butt? I can only choose it, yeah. Which is unfortunate because you know I don't have my glasses on, so I can't read the subtitles, so I literally have no idea what's happening. Which is like fine, but I wish I could make the subtitles larger. So what are we playing today? Hold on one second. This is Ghostwire Tokyo. It's a game published by Bethesda, and I think made and produced by Bethesda. But it's a Japanese horror game with lots of mythology and stuff, and it's really cool. It's very fast-paced and action-y. It's not like really based in horror. I mean, the enemies are definitely based in horror, but yeah, a lot of people get like kind of bored of it pretty quick. That's what the reviews were saying, that it gets very repetitive, which is fair, but it's like one of those collectathon games, so I can't really... I wanted to give it a fair shake. Oh my god, I dropped my controller. Okay. I wanted to give it a fair shake because everybody's giving reviews of it, and I'm like, nobody puts me in a corner, and I want to find out for myself. I am the detective. Can I buy stuff here? There's lots of cute dogs and cats, which I love, so. It does look really good. I like the ambience. Oh, that's right. I'm disconnected from my friends, so I barely have any weapons. I'm like, why do I have no abilities? But we got disconnected from him. Have you played WarioWare yet? Oh, I love WarioWare. I've played it once or twice for the stream, but nothing recently, and I don't keep a lot of my VODs from way back then. I'd love to revisit it. I do like those games. Are you watching Raw today? Probably not, honestly. I don't think there's a lot they can really do. I'll watch the match for the girls later. I'd like to see what Lita has to say, but we'll see. Oh, I'm stealthing, baby. Oh. It didn't want me to go into there. I literally thought that the door was right there, but it's not. That's funny. Oh, hello. The way the game has to force me being stealthy now, because before I was just like, bam, bam, bam. And now it's like, oh, excuse me, and you didn't see me. Hi, Navi, how you doing? Oh! We avoid here. I wonder if I could... Oh. Is he looking? Wow, so that whole time when there was an extra room in the extra room in the shower, what are you talking about? Oh, you mean something that you obviously in your head, in your mind, but you don't want to text me about it. Got it. That's okay. I get it. I get that you don't want to talk to me. It's fine. Clocked you so fast. The gagger gets gagged. Oh. I didn't even see the wings. Yeah, they're not great, but you know, they're a nice accessory. But I don't like this crop top and mini skirt. I don't like showing my midriff at all. I'd rather if it was just one piece. I mean, I could kind of make it one piece if I just raise it up. You are so... One piece? Yes. 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 Okay. The FPS drop. Nobody moved. Sorry.
遅えんだよ、ノロマナ。助けに来るって分かってたような口ぶりだな。助け？何様のつもりだ？
I think I would get so bored of One Piece so fast. Like, you don't understand.
それはアジトで女の人から押し付けられた。は？あいつ生きてるのか？いや。死んでまで世話焼きとはね。家族。
I skipped the cutscene cause I DGAF. What in the fuck? I just did an ultimate. Ow. The animation in One Piece? I mean, I'm gonna be very honest with you. Oh. I keep up with wrestling like 2 times a week, and then all the pay-per-views, and then NXT. I think that's all I need to be caught up on. Like, there's too much to do. Like, let me have one. I'm good. Like, let me chill with that. This game has taken a turn. Definitely taken a turn. What does that mean? Like, literally, what does that mean? Let me know what the tea is, because I'm not watching. Oh, we're only on chapter 3. How many chapters on Earth? There's probably like 11 or something. Oh, there's only 6. Work. Short and sweet. I love to see it. This is the sound of me smacking my ass. I twerk for the I twerk for the live. Just kidding. I'd be good at like smacking though for like wrestling. Like I would do a good slap. I would deliver a good kick too. Because you know when they kick, they slap their thigh. I would eat that. Okay, we go towards the Pillar of Light because I DGAF about anything else. Except for the dogs. The dogs are cute. We must protect. What is that? It's the box ghost. Oh my god, I can't kill it. Oh. Damn. That was crazy. There's another one. We run here. Always pet the dog. I lost the Pillar of Light. How do you lose it? The blood moon rises once again, Link. It's not what I wanted. There it is. Why can't I? Look at my pro strats right there. I ate that. No. We're not fighting it. No. Hi, Skywolf. Yo, he's giggling. He's doing a little funny. He's just like me. I missed. Okay. There's another. What the fuck? Not Jerry Lawler. Not this. Not this. We pretend we do not. What?
の場所森林公園だな。何をやってるのか知らないが急いだ方が良さそうだ。ああ。
Bloody Mary.
森林公園は北にある。行けるところまで行ってみようか。
Hi, Calvin. Yeah, I'll just watch it another time. It's fine. Unless, like, something crazy happens. If Trish comes back and sets up for Chamber, you let me know. You let me and my people know. Because I'll be sad. But I think they're setting up Trish for Mania. But that's what I feel. Para me. But you know where also you can hear my thoughts and opinions? On the Triple Threat podcast, where I host a podcast dedicated to wrestling with two of my good friends. Use !podcast in the chat to see where you can stream it. Exactly. I hear a phone. Why is the game like bugging out? Can you please? Wait, really? Why would they be added to Chamber? And replace who?
Oi,
Are we gonna have 7 women in Chamber? That's honestly fierce. I hear a phone. Where is this phone? What? What do you mean? We can't have 8 women in there. Hold on. This is against the rules. Hold on. Hold the heck on. If I don't find this fucking phone, I think it's on this dead body right here. I already looked at the restroom. Are you good, girl? Girl, she needs some toilet paper. She's blowing up this fucking bathroom stall. Girl, she's fucking shitting. You need another roll? An entire roll? Are you shitting out the entire Wendy's menu? Like, what's going on? Oh, gotta take a good shit before you die. Literally just died on the toilet. Was that Elvis Presley? Oh my god! I'm a big fan. 'Cause this is Thriller. I love that song. Okay, there's no way they're adding them to chamber. There's no shot. Because then that's literally who she's fighting at Mania. No! Bailey can't win. Bailey's gonna win, and then Bailey's gonna win chamber. This can't happen to me right now. This can't happen to me. Don't do this to me. I can't do another Bailey match. I can't do this. Bianca has to win. They can't go into Mania. They can't go into chamber with Bianca losing. There's no way. The one time I don't take a Monday off, they have this bizarre... I found the phone. It's the main event. Okay, well, clearly then Becky or Bailey are winning. That's so exhausting. Oh, we're gonna be talking about that on the pod. Oh, we will be talking about that on the pod. Literally. Yeah, there's no way they're not winning. That's really unfortunate because I was really excited to have like one of those girls have a Mania moment, and now they're just gonna give it to Bailey or Becky. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind if Bailey did it and then Bailey dethroned Bianca at Mania, which would suck, trust me. But I don't think Bailey outside. Well, I lied. Bailey's the longest reigning SmackDown champ, so that's maybe a not a win. I don't know. I just don't count quarantine era. Is that bad? Like, I literally DJAF. Really pretty. This reminds me of Final Fantasy VII for some reason. The like start of the game in the town looks like this. Oh, this was a side quest. Oops. Okay, I'll tune in when that match happens. To mother. I love to mother. Put to mother in the chamber. I don't know. I'm just making ideas now. Make her the 8th member. And then make Lana return, and then make her the 9th member. And then have Naya come out and make her the 10th member. And then add Charlotte to it. Make her the 11th member. What is that noise? I peek around the corner. Come on, I was just in. What was that noise? How do I break in? Isn't that a song by Paramore? We're breaking and entering. Yep, I'm a Paramore stan. It's true. Oh, right here. Girl, this door right here. There's literally a door right here. Come on! Where? Girl. You need to give me direction or I'm gonna get lost. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Let me make sure Marshall's up for this. Okay, we continue. We fight, we march, we yell. Why is the game like dying? Like, girl, oh my god. That's actually hilarious. Hello? Girl! It's because we're in a new area. Everything's like rendering. Well, what am I supposed to do here? Also, can we get these side quests off my thing? Like, calm down. Oh, what's gonna give me? Oh my god. Show and hide. Hide. Thank you, Jesus. Like clogging up my screen. Oh.
これだな。
ここも閉まっているな。コードの先に操作盤があるはずだ。
あそこに操作盤があるな。
Why is this like having so much trouble right now?
おかしな壁だな。
こいつ、
Oh,
こんなところに。
that's a yokai. Which will reward you with.
奥に部屋があったのか。
I didn't want to eat him. Hi, Max. Thank you. Can I get through here? Oh no, we go back.
こいつら、いつの間に。了解。
Oh, there's more? Oh my god. Wait, everybody back it up. Okay, we move.
シャッターが開いたようだな。リンクは下の階にいる。行く方法を探そう。
本当に霧の発生源があるのかな。
リンクは俺と会う前から霧の調査をしていた。あいつなら何か知ってるかもしれない。
I hear wet noises. Hi Arctic, thanks so much. We chillin'. We playing the video games. I think there's a boss fight coming, if I'm honest. Like, it feels like we're traversing towards a boss fight. I'm getting it tomorrow, Max, because tomorrow is Valentine's Day, but also, thank you, but also, my mother, I guess, just didn't fucking respond to me today. And I can't drive, so. It's like, hey, at 11 o'clock, and she didn't respond until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, okay, thanks. But we're gonna go tomorrow morning. Just in time for a boss fight. You got it. Oh. Probably hash browns. I definitely want like a box of donuts. Box of donuts. I'm probably gonna stop at the bakery to get cookies because I really want to get cookies. So we'll see if I can get any tomorrow. This is interesting. Not Beth attacking Dominic again. In my honor, pleek. Oh. Well, this is scary. Yeah, it's gonna make me sad when I go to Australia for a month that there's no Dunkin' Donuts, there's no Starbucks, there's no, like, there's nothing there. The only thing they have from America is Macca's. They don't even have an IHOP. And it's called International House of Pancakes. Y'all don't have IHOP? It's international. Hi, Dame. I love an IHOP. I do like to eat at IHOP. Yeah, more in the city. Yeah. Well, I'm going to South Australia, so. Oh. Huh. This is giving Little Nightmares tease. Isn't it called International House of Pancakes? IHOP? Isn't that what the I stands for? Why are we in a grocery store? What's happening? Why are there tubes? I've had my tubes tied. I don't know what that means. But I just wanted to make a joke. Was it funny? Did you guys laugh? Everybody laugh. Haha, Nem, you're so funny. Hi, Brianna Queen. What is that? I'm squinting as if I'm gonna be able to see it, even though I'm walking towards it. I'm like,
来たか。
どうなっているんですか？
あの鳥居はある一定のエーテル濃度で可視化する。この装置はエーテルの濃度を調整して可視化されないようにしているのよ。
oh my god, my body is so tense. Like I just woke up too, so. Oh my god.
あなたたちが鳥居を浄化していくのを見て対策したようね。
それならそいつをぶっ壊せばいい。
そんなことをしたら調整されていたエーテルが一気に放出される。適合者でもただでは済まないぞ。調整しながら止めるしかない。
おい、そんな場合じゃなくなったみてえだぞ。
What happened to his cute outfit? Wait a second.
まるで待ち構えていたみたい。
Wait!
待ち構えていたから当然だろう。考えれば。
そんな言い方。死んでも変わらねえな。
Ow! My coochie. Oh, I have to protect her. I fight for my friends. Gagged him a bit. I'm excited to try new stuff. That's why I'm excited. Oh, my passport came in today. My passport came in today, which is exciting. Ow, bitch! wasn't about choosing, it was just like where I could stay. Considering I'm gonna be there for a month and I'm not gonna spend thousands of dollars on somewhere to stay. Hello, get out of my face. We done? Uh-oh, wait, that's a big bitch. Whoa, 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 wait. Why do you have a mallet? Hold on. Hold on. Literally, why do you have a mallet? What is happening? Okay. That has to be it, right? Right? Okay, we did it.
これでこの場にある霧の発生源が可視化されるはずよ。
おい、ここに敵がいるとなぜ言わなかった？
この装置がある限り。
Oh my goodness, who was that? That was strange. It must have been one of the zombie monster ghost things. Why did I say zombie when the game is called Ghostwire Tokyo? They're ghosts.
それも考えればわかるって言いたいんだろう。こんなまでは二度とするな。
KK、先を急がなきゃ。
そうね。気をつけてね。
凛子さん、ありがとうございます。
こちらこそ守ってくれてありがとう。
Please. Maddie's asleep. All my mods are sleeping. Marshall's missing wrestling, and he usually never misses wrestling, so he's gonna be mad that he didn't wake up.
なら、ガキに説教させないでくれよ。KK、凛子さんと
Especially with the main event being the women's match. I'll be awake by then, but
顔出すのも気に食わない。
we regen our ammo here. We go deeper down. Lots of blue names in the chat right now. Hi, Blue. I should have done blue today.
これで一歩前進したはずだね。
死にかけたんだ。それくらい当然だ。
Wait, why'd we go down? Wait, no. I wanted to do a boss fight.
探すぞ。
Well, that's a bit shit, isn't it? Oh, I could go to the UK now with my passport. A bit shit, isn't it? Well, I'd love to go to Gamescom in Germany. Me just like, I'm gonna travel ever. Oh. The way I fell so far down. Oh, let me pray. Let us pray. Thank you, Molecule.
こういう時だからね。
Contract signings, like for the main event on a pay-per-view, like when they're like, I challenge you, and it's like a promo. Are they doing one right now?
あれだな。
魂だけになっても。
これで敵の動きを止められるぞ。音で敵の注意をそらすことができる札だな。
Oh, that's a sleep. That's a bathroom break, honestly.
さっさと行くぞ。よし、浄化しようぜ。おいおいおい。
結界が。
What?
これも考えればわかることか。
皮肉はいい。閉じ込められる前にここから出よう。
結界の要になっているものがあるはずだ。探せ。
What? What? There's just boss bitches running the streets. Why are we in Silent Hill? I don't know what the barrier stones are. What? I think they're these things. They aren't. Okay, well. Is it that right there? Okay, we got it. Thank you, Curtis. And you look amazing. Thank you. I know, I'm really excited. It was really cool to honestly see some of my content on Spotify. It was kind of really surreal. I know it's like pretty easy to get your stuff on Spotify, but I thought it was really cool. And I thought it sounded great. Like, I usually have some audio issues. I had to do a lot of work for that as well, which was kind of hard, but I'm glad it's out. And really thankful for my artist that does stuff for me on the fly. Clownmits on Instagram. They do all my merch. They do all of my assets. They're amazing. They're an awesome resource to have. They're a great artist as well. No idea. Yeah, I understand that, but I literally cannot find where these things are, so you can't rush me. Don't rush me. You can't rush perfection. Oh, there's one right there. Fuck. Okay, we need one more. Oops. Oh shit. Oh, right there. Nice. Excuse me.
さっきから後手に回ってばかりだぜ。
凛子さんを疑ってるのか？
ああ、疑ってるぜ。凛子に何があったか知りたい。印の色が違う公衆電話を探せ。直接エドにつながる電話だ。それと 使うにはテレホンカードが必要だ。それも探す必要があるな。
Thank you so much. We'll be releasing a new one in about like I want to say like 7-8 days, depending on when everything works out.
Why わざわざテレホンカードなんか必要なんだよ。
エドの趣味だ。本人に聞け。
Why did it tell me to come over here? What? What the fuck?
あっちの箱が狙われてる。
頭には入れておく。
How do I get them down? Oh. So the schedule for the podcast is it will be released after every wrestling pay-per-view. So depending on when the pay-per-view is scheduled, so we have something to discuss, but also considering we're going into WrestleMania season and post-WrestleMania season, I think it's confirmed there's no pay-per-view for 3 months after Mania. So we're gonna release every like 2 weeks to 3 weeks a new episode talking about like old matches, and I think we're gonna do an episode on WWE 2K23 and like reviewing the roster, who we thought should be in there, like stuff like that. So anything wrestling related. It's not just WWE. We could do AEW depending on if we want to get into that. We could do retro stuff. We could do we're definitely going to review the New Japan Pro Wrestling with Sasha and Kyrie, but I don't know if that would go in its own episode because it's only one match, but maybe we could do a whole episode dissecting the Sasha and Naomi stuff, which could be fun. Oh yeah, Hall of Fame would be fun. We just do a Hall of Fame episode. Good ideas. All good, all fun. We'd like to do some stuff IRL, but it also is just good practice for like long distance, like especially because Zane will be moving to LA in the next coming year, just because like Zane's done literally everything he can here in the East Coast, and honestly, I support him so fiercely. It's not like we're gonna stop talking. Like me, Zane, and Onyx have been friends for so many years. We don't talk every day, but we literally are like, we're like this. Like, you know those friends that are just your ride or dies. So it's just good practice. The first episode is really exciting for me because I hadn't really talked to Onyx and Zane in like, I think almost 6 months, which was, well, I've talked to them, but we didn't like sit down and like talk and like catch up and spill the tea. Like, we love to just like So yeah, it was really refreshing. But it's also just good practice now because we're gonna use the pod as a way to catch up with each other. It's just like a good, considering you guys consume it and it could eventually be monetized, it's a good like kind of like gig for all of us to do together, which is exciting. So we put our time and effort and invest into it, and it could be something magical. Oh my god, jump scare. Well, considering Triple H said he's getting rid of a bunch of pay-per-views, we'll see how it goes. We'll have a better structure in the next like month or two. But we definitely for me, being the person, like, I just need Onyx and Zane there, and it's fine. I do everything on the back end. So I just wanted to get it together and like start, like show them how to do it, like what's going on. Are you planning on attending a WrestleMania in LA? Bitch, I wish. But I don't think so. We'll see when it comes. If I'm invited, that would be lovely. Because I can't afford that right now. Bitch, I'd gag. I'd love to do the red carpet of Hall of Fame. That'd be so cunty. That's honestly a dream for me, honestly. Okay. Hi, Heavenly Baby. Can I go, please? Oof. Like, what are we doing right now? I don't even understand. Very good tea, Maddie. Very tea good. Alright, you guys. What the? She squashed Mia? You lie.
できればもう戦いたくないな。
What am I doing? Yep, this is Pac-Man. You're so right, Manacles. Where the fuck? Like, literally, what are we... Like, I just don't understand. Like, what is happening? Like, what is this circle area? Where's this? Oh, the payphone's right here. Hey, girl.
あ、これだ。
あとはテレホンカードか。
商店街を探してみよう。
He's a phantom. He's a phantom. Good morning, Harley. Oh, we can actually go in here.
あった。まだ使う人いるんだ。
古い人間に感謝しろよ。
My hair's orange now. You should. That picture going around on Twitter of the person like dressed up in Y2K clothing and they're like lowest colored. How far into Engage are you? Pretty far. Why am I yawning? I just woke up, girl. Well, that. Oh! I thought my boob was out. I literally just had a jump scare. Oh my god, I just made my head like. I was just so scared. I'm on chapter 17.
たく人間嫌いめ。地蔵通りの駐車場か。エドたちが待機していた場所だな。行ってみるぞ。
For free? For you. What? Me and I. Oh, we pray.
これでよし。
頼むぜ、お地蔵さん。
Don't let us down, little guy. What is that? No, 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 no. What is that? Okay, the wig is sitting. Oh god, ow. Oh! Ew! I hate how it looks on the ground. That's scary. Oh, wow. That was alarming. I will say there is a good variety. I mean, there's not a good variety in the amount of enemies that are just around the city, but I think, like, I don't think it's that repetitive. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, like, a defender of this game. I'm just being way too nice about it. But, like, I feel like I wouldn't be, like, I feel like if it was a... There have been games we played on the channel that are absolutely atrocious. Like, this isn't atrocious. Especially because there's only 6 chapters, like, period. Like, I love short and sweet games. Like, please. Wait, is that like a little baby kitty? Oh! Where are you, mama? It doesn't have a mommy kitty. Somebody help. I need to get at its mama. What is that? It's telling me to search the area. I'm searching. Hello? I just need these side quests to like be like stop. Like please. Let me upgrade my skill tree right now. Ground attack boost. Abilities. By duration boot. Let's do this. Faster sneaking, shakedown. Quick block. Thank you, Shay. See if there's a vending machine. I'm hungry. Bitch. I'm hungry. I didn't get Dunkin' Donuts today, and I wanted Dunkin' Donuts. And I got 2 gift cards. Like, what the fuck? Like, literally, what do you mean search the area? Like, I'm searching. Area is being searched. Hi, gay. Okay. Hi, babes. There are cats in the game. I do have a cat, but he's not allowed downstairs right now. Thank you. Literally it is, though. It is. Like, no memes. It is. That's why there's a Dunkin' Donuts on every corner. Which sucks. I don't think you understand how upset I still am that the Dunkin' Donuts near my house literally got shut down. Like, it was the most inconvenient thing. Not only for people that lived in the area like me, but like, it's closer to the school as well. So like, it was just more convenient for everybody because you could drive on your way to school to just get Dunkin' Donuts on the way to school. And it was so convenient for everybody. And they shut it down and lost so much money. And I'm like, bring it back. Like, I used to be able to just literally walk across the street to go to Dunkin' Donuts. Like, it makes me so sad. I think my game's broken, like, unironically. Yeah, okay, Maddie. You little goofball. Oh, you're sick, I wish. I wish. Well, like, when I lived in New York, I walked to get everything. I can't wait to go back to New York in March. I'm excited. I'm going to where I used to go to school. I'm gonna get a bagel. Wait, I could see Delilah. Delilah's in New York right now. Let me message Delilah. That was Delilah's reaction to me saying going to New York. Please, Delilah's message. I said I'm coming to New York and Delilah sent me this. I can't. Australia, New York, and Florida. And probably LA. Now, hold on a second. Yeah, I'm gonna be in Australia for a month. Because I want to see the world. I want to see the world and live my life. That's a long flight to Australia. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The what parade? Yep, this is the Pride Parade. I definitely am just gonna... Oh, this is where we started the game. How quirky and fun. Please leave me alone, ma'am. Oh, Maddie, can you do me a favor? Can you type /followers 1? Like 1, the number 1. What was that?
エリカって誰なの？
You can do it on your phone and chat.
適合者の一人だ。俺たちと一緒に戦うはずだった。だがリンコはエリカを戦わせなかった。エリカにだって戦う理由があった。あいつはあの狂った男の娘だからな。
Can I do this? Why did they let me open this? And then I can't even do the photo booth? That's so messed up. Let me do the photo booth. The multiverse of madness. WandaVision, what WandaVision? Never saw it. I can do it, it's okay. The way I'm literally, when I'm gonna be in Australia for that entire month, if I want to stream like the normal time for you guys, I'm okay. I'm gonna have to stream at 8 a.m. What's this? Oh, I'm so glad you found out now, Maddie. Oh, hey, bitch. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Oh, I almost just made a very obscure reference. Nobody would understand that. Absolutely nobody would understand that. What's happening? I don't... Well, I need to go this way, so... We run here. Oh, walks in. Hello, Avacia's bestie. Ava, before I started stream, the last song I was listening to while I was doing my hair was Who the fuck is Ava? Is she the other girl? Also, Ava, I don't know if you heard the other day, so I announced yesterday, it was like a late night stream or whatever. I said I was gonna be in Australia for a month, and my layover is in Canada. Hey, hey, bestie. We get some coffee. What the fuck? Okay. Oh. I didn't mean that. Yeah, a month. Well, because, like, the travel is literally... The travel is literally so expensive. Like, no matter how you look at it, you're gonna be spending upwards to, like, thousands of dollars. So I was like, why don't I just literally stay for the amount of time, like, an extended amount of time? Because why would you spend, let's just, the average ticket from the States to Australia is about like $2,000. So why would you spend $2,000 to only go to Australia for literally like 2 days? Like, why wouldn't you make it an entire thing? You know what I mean? Like, it would be different maybe if I didn't have somebody to stay with, but considering I'm going to be staying with Marshy, like, it's going to be fine. But like, I was like, I'm gonna stay for a month or not at all. Like, there's no... Hi, Lee. Lee, I just got my passport. We gotta start traveling together. I see you traveling all the time. Bring me with you. I wanna go. I wanna see the world. Come to Australia with me, bestie. we going? Oh, I have to go find the apartment. Oh, girl. Not apartment simulator. Yeah, so literally I'm gonna have to stream at 8 a.m. when I'm in Australia. I'm gonna have to get into high core drag at 8 a.m. Maddie just be saying words. We have to look for 302. Ava, don't start. No, it's gonna be like spring, winter time-ish, because, you know, they're upside down, so it'll be like coolish. But it'll still be like upwards to 70. But I wanted to plan a trip to Sydney, but I don't know. I'll try to do a subathon before then. Because I really want to go to Sydney. Oh. Are there just cats over this entire apartment? That's cute. Yeah, I mean, you can speak with them. They like can talk to us. This game looks huge. I've never heard of it. It got a lot of flack for people saying it was like very, like people were let down by it. So the biggest complaint I've heard is that it's very repetitive, but I'm not seeing that, honestly. Like, I see it sort of, but it's like one of those games that you collect things. So like, it's kind of like Arkham Knight and Batman and stuff like that. So you have to just unlock, and Breath of the Wild, like in Breath of the Wild, you have to collect the map pieces. So I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad. Yeah. What did you guys think this was behind me? So many people have said that today. Yeah, I'm wearing wings. They're not great wings. They're kind of busted and fucked up, but I know, that's why I was like, let me just like play the game and get my own thoughts and opinions on it. Honestly, we've played some atrocious games here on the channel. This isn't that bad. Like, especially because it's what? We're on the 3rd chapter out of 6. Like, that's solid for me. Like, you sold me there. There's so many cats. Is there a Monty kitty? There has to be a Monty kitty. Real ones remember this cat. There's a clip of me with a cat like this. It was my old roommate's cat. If you're a longtime member of the channel, you remember that cat. I miss her. Her name was Clear. Clear. There is no Monty kitty. That's so sad. I can't. We pet the kitty. Oh. Maybe it's time for me to move to a new spot. My cat, for real. Is that makeup on the table? Or those crayons? Oh, that's makeup. Not me saying, is that crayons? It looked like clay. Okay, I need to use the restroom really quick, so I'm gonna like leave the stream on a little kitty. Guys, watch him. Everybody, can you guys watch him while I go to the bathroom? Make sure he's safe. Is she the other girl? Song is stuck in my head now. I mean, it's been stuck in my head, but... The chorus in that song. Who the wait, no, it's... Who the fuck is Ava? So funny. And I was playing something the other day too, and so it was something with Ava as well. What was it? I was like, oh my god, what is with every game and being like Ava? Oh my god, what was I playing? Playing Fire Album, playing Genshin. Neither of those had it. What was it? Not sure. Maybe it was Genshin, maybe it was Fire Album. Food, got any food? So that's literally me, you're so real. Oh, the... What was it? Test. I was like, it's not Tessa. Testicle. Yes. It's so funny. I wouldn't be able, like... Just kidding. I think that's an inappropriate thing for me to say. I was gonna say, I wouldn't be able to get used to it calling, like, another... But that's, like, not the point. Like, people change... Like, I could literally change my name right now because, you know, dead name, but... My mom was so sweet the other day, though. I told her I wanted to start estrogen, and she was like, so, in terms of names, what would you like me to call you? And I was like, oh, Mom, you're sweet. What? What? Huh? She baited us? This entire time. She played us, girl. She got us together. Oh! Ha! Fierce. The distorted cat noises are kind of scary, but we'll ignore that. It's in the game. I was like, is there a car honking IRL? But it's literally in the game. I miss when he wore trunks. Can he go back to that? Awooga! All of the hot guys always go to pants instead of wrestling in trunks. Like, please. Finn Balor did it too. I'm like, take your pants off! Honestly, if I was like male presenting, I'd want to wrestle in trunks too. It's hot. I wouldn't want to wrestle in... What is Whoa, that's so cool. Wait. Oh, that's so trippy. What? It reacts to the steps you take. Wait, that's so cool. Hi. Oh, girl, you need some eyelashes. Does she have a paper clip in her hair? Okay.
なんだよあれは。
Whoa. Oh. Whoa. Holy shit, guys. This is so cool. The visuals. I love that it reacts. That's so cool. Is that the Roblox logo? Wait, these visuals eat! This is so cool! I'm down with it.
リコ、もう少しそいつを抑えておけ。
We're in a playground.
返してもらうぞ。
Oh shit. Oh my god. Go, 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 go to the... Got it. What the? Girl.
外に出られた。
リンコがいない。探すんだ。
This is crazy. Who the fuck is a... Ah! Cat jam.
さっき見た公園と似てる。
おい、残留思念があるぞ。
I go down the slide.
「リンクを切り離して逃げたか。
リンコさんは
Oh, I see. I get it. So our guy inside of us inhabited our body, and he's a good guy, but the other people are bad guys inhabiting our friends' bodies.
はい。僕たちは大丈夫です。リンコさんの方は。
問題ないわ。
本当に問題ない。
March is usually a pretty packed release date for gaming.
それに、取り込ま
I
れ
think
た
that's when Bayonetta came out, didn't it?
戻ってこない。
Was in March?
この辺りの霧の発生源が分かったわ。今から教える。
何か書くものはあるかな。
大丈夫だ。この姿のいいところは肉体や物質に縛られないところだ。今からあなたに。
Ooh, yeah, that. It's a pretty jam-packed because
二人に任せるわ。
Bayo was October. Why did I think that? Maybe because the new Bayo comes out this March.
"場所が分かった鳥居を浄化していくぞ。
Yes, it is. It sure is coming out in March. We get Sexy Leon. And we get Ashley Bob. Sorry. I would like to, yeah. She wears like an orange coat or an orange scarf, doesn't she? I'll send some emails. I was supposed to send some emails today, but I just like woke up really late. So tomorrow I'm gonna get dunks. I'm gonna enjoy my day off. So I will send some emails to maybe see if we can get something done.
Okay.
I love that tweet. That's so funny. A whole ass movie. Girl, how do I get up there? The fuck is Ava? Ava? I always mess up that input. I want to play more fighting games on stream. Like, I want to play, like, Guilty Gear. I want to play, like, Tekken. I want to play Street Fighter. Well, we're definitely playing Street Fighter when it comes out, but... Oof. Just not good at fighting games. There's lots of trance rap in Guilty Gear. There's a non-binary character, and they're like so fierce in Guilty Gear. There's a trans character, trans woman. Oh, like Budokai? I loved DBZ Budokai. I don't like the new one though. I don't like fighting games that have teams. Like I just like it one-on-one. I don't like the whole team shit. Like please. Did he just try to drop kick me? I liked the Xenoverse games. Those were fun. I did like those. I liked my character to be a Majin Buu character. I love Majin Buu. He's so cute. Until he goes crazy, but you know, we ignore. This is about to end up like an episode of When They Cried. Yovska! Oh my goodness, Angel. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, baby. How are you doing? How was the stream? What's going on? Did you play the new... Wait, is that new Identity V character out yet? Or is he coming out? Because I saw you retweet that, and I was like, that game eats. Like, that game eats. Thank you so much for raiding us. Okay, I ran out of ammo. All right, back it up, buddy. Period. Oh my god, near my birthday. Birthday character. Slay. How was the stream? No, totally fine. Totally fine. I do that all the time. Thank you for the raid. Anybody coming in? I'm Nemesis. My pronouns are she, her. Happy to have you. I love talking about wrestling. I love playing indie games, retro games. Pronouns are she, her. You can call me Nem, Nemi, whatever. But happy to have ya. Whee! Thank you for the shout out. Thank you for the follow. We're currently playing Ghostwire Tokyo. We thought we would give it a fair shake. Just because it looked pretty cool and I got it on sale, so. It's actually pretty cool. Among Us. Hi, Talo Sassy. Ah! I almost dropped my controller. Oh, that is about to explode. Hold on. There's like lots of cool mythology in this game, which I really like. I enjoy that. I returned with snacks. What kind of snacks? What are we snacking on? What's happening here? What's the... Oh. Nice. Dumpy check. I don't like this guy. He's really powerful. Hey, back it up. Oh. That did no damage to him. Okay. Oh, okay. We won. I want chocolate chip bomb. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Okay, we eat. How are you doing, Talosessi? Talosessi, are you streaming a Triple Threat on Spotify and Patreon and YouTube? Eyes emoji? A podcast dedicated to women's wrestling? Eyes emoji?
おい、アキト。あの光が消えてる。急いだ方がいいかもしれねえ。
I always donate. Make sure you tip your waiters. I don't know. That's my friend on the radio. That's my friend in there. That's my friend. Go to the pillars. Light's heart. Well, where the fuck is it? Please. It sounded really good. Like, I was impressed because like my microphone doesn't always sound the best here on the channel, but in the podcast it sounded really good. I'm using the same microphone. I just brought it closer to my face, so it was like in the camera view. But when I listened to it, I was like, oh wow. Onyx has a Blue Yeti too, and then Zane. It's hard for me to say, like, I'm not gonna call them by their government names on stream or like whatever, but it's hard for, because I know them, I've known them for so many years, I just call them like by their names. But Zane, we need to get a microphone for the pod.
光はこの奥に集まっていたはずだ。
Oh, we pray here. That's what I'm saying. Isn't it wild? Like, actually. Well, because I know this, like, picks up anything in front of it, but if I were to bring it closer, you're obviously going to see it in the camera view. I know somebody, I think it's Teely here on Twitch. Teely painted her microphone green, which is actually kind of genius. So it would chroma key out. I'm gonna follow the path. The path. I love that song. I know, I'm excited to see what they do. I know me and Talos used to play Apex all the time, but we'll probably get back into it with TDM. Because they're adding a TDM mode. I just can't get, like, I'm over Battle Royales. I thought I liked them, but
正義感と使命感で胸がいっぱいになるだろう。それでこそ生きてる甲斐があるってもんだ。
I love Octane. He's such a cutie. When I play Apex, I play Watson and Octane. Those are my two. And then obviously Loba, but like my stats are on those two characters, not Loba. Because I usually queue up with people that play Loba. But Watson is my girl. But before Watson was Octane. Oh yeah, the trans character, stunning. Did you know the voice of the trans character is actually somebody that was on Drag Race in France? The France voice actor was on Drag Race for that character in Apex. She's an icon. Oh yes, I remember seeing it on Twitter. I don't know what franchise it is, France or... I think there's another one. There's lots of different franchises. Oh, work. That's fierce. Well, literally, like last night we were playing Fire Album and the voice of Rosada walked into chat and I was like, oh, hello. I'm honored.
マリはどこだ。一心同体か。実に興味深いが、儀式は間もなくなる。君らにはもう使い道がない。救ってやれなくて申し訳なく思う。何を言っている。マリを返せ。残念ながら根性の別れをさせてやることはできない。彼女にはもう最後の晴れ舞台に上がってもらっている。なんだと。
I'm honestly not hating it, Cammy. I feel like this game got so much hate for absolutely no reason.
私にはまだ仕事が残っている。大切な仕事だ。君たちのもてなしは私の名代にしてもらう。
お前、こんなことで本当に死人が蘇ると思っているのか。
KK、どういうことだ。
こいつは大勢の魂を借り集め、それを利用して冥界と現世をつなごうとしている。5年前に病死した自分の妻を呼び戻そうとしているんだ。娘はどう思うだろうな。てめえの父親がここまで狂ってると知ったらよ。まさか。
KK、どうした。
I thought it was very needed and refreshing. Honestly, I don't think it's that bad. Are there any issues with the game? I think FPS issues, but like that's just because like we're streaming it. Like I only find issues on my OBS, not the game. So there's like no. There's like maybe sometimes when a new area, but that's like usually with a lot of games. It like stutters to get into the new area. And for me, but it shouldn't be an issue to a lot of people. When I stream games, I can't read because I don't wear my glasses. So I have no idea what's happening in the fucking story. Like, if anybody wants to, like, tell me, they can tell me. But I literally cannot read this text on the screen. Like, it really is hard for me to read. So, I would have liked an English dub. Not that I think... Not that I think this game needed it, but for accessibility reasons. What was that? Ew! I don't have my guy for this fight? No, I was gagged. Hi, Seasing Ninja. How you doing? Happy to see ya. How are you doing? I'm scared. Can I pick this up? I don't want to pick that up yet. Oh, is this like a safe room from her? This feels like a safe room. Yeah, the sounds are scary. Where did she go, though? Is she supposed to be here? Like, what is happening? Oh, hi. Clocked. If she comes through here, we cry. Peter, the horse is here. Peter. Peter. Oh! Okay. Oh! Over here! No! What the heck? The noises are scary. The way I actually have to sneak in this fight, are you serious to me right now? If I could land a shot, that would be nice. Oof! Is she gonna get me up here? Okay!
また拾ってきたの？仕方ない。もうこの子が最後よ。名前考えなきゃね。私もただ飼われていただけ。
I'm scared.
猫と変わらない。それは本当に生きていると言えるの？言えない。言えるわけがない。私はただの飼い猫。
今だ。
守られるだけの生き方は私の存在を耐え難いほど軽くする。誰もそれを理解してくれない。守られる。守られている。私はただの器。何を入れるかは誰かが決める。私は生きていない。生きていない。あなたはここにいればいい。ここにいれば安全だ。違うのよ。私だって生きていたい。
The way I'm gonna turn a corner, she's gonna be like, hello! Where is she? I lost her, guys. There she is. Not fair. Oh no, we gotta go. Oh. Oh my god. That was actually so creepy. Thank you. Okay, calm it down, buddy. Okay. Ooh, let me put the remote in my lap because it is vibrating a lot. Give myself a free show. Oh yes. I made it last night. The okay. Why did he clock her like that? What did she do? She literally died in good. She was like, "What I do?" Like, what did she do to deserve that? Rotted. Bitch, I was in agony last night. Whatever I ate last night, the little fried shrimpies, girl, that fucked up my stomach. I threw up as soon as I ended stream. It was terrible. It was terrible. Not great. They were horrendous. I think I got 3 losses. You know, it's fine. One of them was really close, though. It was like 1 meter away. Are you sure? I mean, it's too late to switch it anyways. Honestly, I really don't give a fuck about the men's matches. Like, literally at all. Like, I literally don't give a shit at all. I'll just play along. Oh yeah, you can't. Oh! Oh, you have to change in the title menu. Gotcha. You know, this would have been nice to know, you know, a while ago. It's fine.
電話の音が聞こえないか。おい、新しい技教えてやろうか。 今の状態なら覚えられるはずだぜ。
I'm at a payphone trying to call home. Whatever. What's wrong?
行くぜ、相棒。
Why is he so scared? Does he have the boots on? The designer Mario boot things?
お前がいて助かったよ。
何が？
お前みたいに素直な奴は仲間の中にはいなかったからな。
言いたいことはなんとなくわかるよ。
Oh my god, I love that man. I love that man. I need to see him wearing the boots. Oh my god, he's an icon. I literally love that man so much. Somebody please post it. Oh my god. He is so, I just love that man. I like actually, wow. He's everything to me. Add me to the storyline of Bailey and Becky. Add me. He's gonna be my man. What's that noise? I also really enjoy in this game, all of the areas are really different. Like, every area we've explored is pretty different. Like, it has the same aesthetic, but, like, is that a cop? A cop.
この神社を浄化するぞ。
You miss Tokyo? Did you live in Tokyo? Did he just throw an ice cream cone at me? Can you get a job? Thanks, Lily. How are you doing? Happy to see you. Bitch, Lily, you got me fucked up with the TwitchCon badge and then you just didn't show up. That's kind of iconic. You said, I do not care. In your IDGAF era. Thanks, Aunt. I appreciate it. I know. I'm so sorry. I would have loved to see you there, though. How do we get down here? I'm gonna assume this. Yeah, apparently this year's in Vegas. Which, like, work. How do I get here? Yeah, honestly, I've never been to Vegas. Everybody a couple minutes ago was like, Nem, you're traveling a lot this year, and that's just the start of the year. Like, yeah. Oops. Oh no, not you. You scare me. Ow. The way this woman walks, please. I've had enough. Oh god. Oh my god. Water bending. Ow. Oh my god. Oh, ew, did you see her teeth? Girl. Not Logan Paul, please. He's actually a great athlete, though. Like, his in-ring work is pretty incredible for someone that hasn't been there a year. Like, his agility is actually insane. Okay, I'm out.
どこかに上に行く方法があるはずだ。周囲を調べてみる。
Very core. Well, this was originally one of my looks for Halloween, but you know, October was a shit show, so. Oh, thank you, basketball. How you doing?
たくさんの人が
I hate that you can't punch anything and nothing moves. Like, I want... Hi, John. I need to get up there. Like, how the fuck? We just take the L. Thank you, John. Oh my god. They're gagging me, girls. They really are trying me. It's very Winx Club. I know it was supposed to be... Well, I was supposed to do pink and green, then I was going to do Cosmo and Wanda, but... Here we are. The moan?
しっかり祈ったか？
もちろん
Okay, but like, actually, how do I get there? Can I get there? I'm lost. We parkour. Oh. Lost. See if we can... Okay. Hi, Marshy. I can't... What the? Why are we fighting? Can I have a minute? Like, why? Stop trying me. Okay, do we just jump across? I think we just jump across. My dog barking IRL, and I thought it was one of the dogs in game. So real. Marshy, I feel like you'd really like this game. I'm probably not going to do a lot of the side quests, so I think you would probably get a lot out of it.
あの巨人が塔を守っているみたいだ。
ああ、厄介だぜ。
Oh, so now we can get here, and then we can probably get in here, right? Yeah, that's definitely it. Lots of cleansing the totems, the shrines. I wonder what it's like playing this game high. Girl, I would have such a bad trip. I would not want to do this high. Hello, House Music. Happy to see you. Have you seen the cute kitty merchants? I sure have. They are adorable. I love them. I love the addition of all the animals and pets. It's very cute.
よし、次だ。
Okay. Well, excuse me. Oh, I have to go here first. Ah, fuck. Oh, the gas. Can I go in the gas station? That would be a nice. Okay. Oh, what the? Actually, we can probably just. Hello? Girl! Get up! Oh. Be serious now. Okay. We did it, I guess. Parkour. And when I cleanse the totem without fighting the enemies, what then? Here we go.
こうやって行くしかないね。なんだ。
I meant shrine. I keep saying totem. I don't know why. What's happening? A hurricane! That clip of Violet and Miss Fame. A hurricane! I love that clip. What do we do? There's a hurricane! I love Seth Rollins. I love that man. I love that man. Becky needs to watch out. because I'm about to snatch her man. Because he is everything. Watch it, Tuts. Hey, can we all back it up? Because I'm about to die. Period. But you know what else talks about WWE? My new podcast available on Spotify with Young Onyx and Xanax, where we talk all things women's wrestling. You can stream it now on Patreon, YouTube, or Spotify. Wink! Oh, you are one scary bitch. Don't touch me. I am serious, yeah. It's called Triple Threat, available on Spotify. YouTube if you want to watch a visual, and Patreon if you want the full visual video. The first hour is on YouTube. You pay the rest on Patreon. You become a patron. Oh! I do have to upload it to... The video is not available on Patreon right now, but I am going to upload it tonight. I have to do some things with Venmo or something. It's like a uploading service that they want me to pay like a lot of money for. I'm like... And you can't... If you don't pay, like... I don't know, it's weird. Not a Shamio. That's IMHO. You can go watch their show on YouTube. Okay. I am getting gagged at the house. Wait, whoa, stop. I have something for you, bitch. Where is she? Watch me. Yeah, I don't like that man. He's interesting, to say the least. There's a Valentine's Day sale on Kimchi Beauty. You can also use code Nemesis Network at checkout.
じゃあどうすればいいんだよ。
簡単だ。思いっきり突っ込むんだよ。案内する。行くぞ。
突っ込むって大丈夫なの？
前に。
Oh, Sasha documented her New Japan Pro Wrestling debut. Wow. She's iconic. What? Did you see that Carmella was doing her entrance and then Nikki Cross just came out behind her because they were trying to do like a drag race runway where they cut Mella's music and made Nikki Cross come out? What the hell was that? Not the drag race runway moment, like how they do runways in 2 seconds.
それにかけてみるんだよ。
That's what I'm saying. Like, her and Lacey need to get fired. Oh! Sorry. I'm actually not sorry. I'm just speaking the truth that honestly everybody wants to say, but nobody wants to say it. I'm literally stuck. What's happening? I don't think either of them need to go to NXT. They're done. You've wasted your potential. It's over. It's a wrap. Like, not to be that girl, but like literally both of their finishers are so run-of-the-mill and boring. Lacey's is a copy of somebody else's finisher, which is not impressive. And she does a punch, which was fierce, but she doesn't do it anymore, so it doesn't even matter. And then Nikki Cross is a fucking cross body. Nobody moved. There are crickets, bitch. Yeah, I'm a hater. I don't care. They did not just turn the lights off. Shut.
電源を復旧できるかな。
電源ならあのライトが転がっている方にあったはずだ。停止してみる。何か起こるかもしれない。
Oh my god, I'm so scared right now. I'm literally scared. Oh my god, they are literally gagging me. The house. She's in the game. She's in the game. They can't promote her. She's definitely in, I swear to you. There's no way she isn't. Like, who's gonna be the champ when you start the game up? Nobody. Mandy was the champ the entire year.
よし、次に行こうか。
汚れが悪さしてやがったな。
You're gonna tell me that the finisher doesn't matter when Nikki Cross almost botches her frog splash every single time she's in the ring, and nobody in the crowd makes a single noise when she does it? Right. I'm hungry. I kind of want McDonald's. Okay. Oh my god, there's so many. Who remembers when she lost it? Who remember when she won? She also lost it in like 30 days, so easy. I want Chelsea Green to win Money in the Bank and then lose her cash-in. I think that is the perfect booking. I drink to forget, but I always remember.
何が違うんだよ。
霊的な侵食を防ぐ装置が積まれているだけ。これで霧を抜けられるはずだな。
本当に大丈夫なのか？
黙ってろ。今調べる。
I disagree. I strongly disagree. Billy made a name for herself by having one of the best in-ring careers of her entire career. What have Lacey and... Because Bailey works for it and Bailey's a good in-ring performer. Nikki and Lacey need to train more. They're not good performers like Bailey is. I don't even like Bailey. I hated Bailey in the Hugger era, but she was amazing in the ring. And she has one of the most incredible careers. And that's because she gets booked because she's good. Lacey and Nikki don't get booked good because they're bad.
あの世のオイルも混ぜてやる必要があるんだよ。それがない。
じゃあ、それはどこにあるの？
Hi, Safety. Nikki should have said in NXT when she like went back down with Piper. No, I totally see that. I just don't like them. So. Yeah, Lacey did have a good... Well, her Southern Belle was her peak.
いや、見晴らしのいい場所に行って目星をつけよう。この辺りだと御嶽不動産ビルがいいかな。
エドっていつもあんな感じにボイスレコーダーで会話してるの？
まあ、よくやるな。長い時は1週間くらい喋らなかったぞ。だからある時お前の後ろに忍者がいるぞって言ってやったんだ。
It's Bailey versus Bianca versus Becky. And if Becky or Bailey win, they get added to Elimination Chamber. If Bianca wins, nobody gets added.
あのバイク、すごい改造だね。
そういうのが好きな奴らだからな。特にリンクは
Yes, that's what I told you.
あのバイク
It's kind of big.
自分でロボット掃除機も作ってたな。掃除が死ぬほど嫌いだったってのが本当の理由だけどな。
Okay. I have it pulled up on the side. My phone's dead. I really want McDonald's. Like, is that bad? When was the last time I had McDonald's? I think a very long time, actually. No way. The last time I had McDonald's was November. What? You what? Honestly, that's pretty good. I don't know if my weight loss journey is working, but you know. I think I had like a large fry while I was at the airport, but that's like it. I think that is right. I don't think I've had McDonald's since December. Huh. Honestly, kind of proud of that. Do I want to break that? Do I want to ruin that? Just for a meal? Like, damn. That's actually a really good feat. House music, please. Can you... Stop! House music, please! Please stop, house music! Stop! Stop! Huh? Oh. We cleanse here. I wish Hungry Jack's delivered. Girl, when I go to Australia and if Hungry Jack's is different, I will be the reporter on the scene. Like, for so many months, we have argued on this channel that in Australia, Hungry Jack's is the same as Burger King. I will get to the bottom of that when I go. I will ensure. If it is different, oh, I will be the first to let y'all know. Marshall, I don't care. I will be the one to decide that. It is not for you to decide. Have you been to America? You don't know. Okay, well, there's 2 demons outside my house. Does anybody want to help me? What am I standing on? Oh. Whopper, 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 Junior Bacon, Double Whopper, 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 Whopper. Sorry. I'm on my own against the wall. Sorry. Everybody dancing in the crowd, that's so me.
Take it. 行くよ。大丈夫か。
This is a big match. What happened to her? Oh. I'm getting gagged. Bailey, can you please? Can we put some new gear on? I'm saying this as a fan. What the fuck? Bianca looks cute. I like the attire she has on. Oh my god, the Tron, please. We need to get rid of this, Becky. I didn't like Bailey in her hugger era. That was unbearable. I feel like if anybody liked her in that era, you're weird. That era was literally so unbearable. I love that Becky's wearing the bodysuit. I love when she... Don't look at me. Guys, I got it. It's kind of crazy that Becky, Bailey, Sasha, and I mean, Char almost wasn't on the card. I mean, Char could possibly... She almost wasn't on the card. Could you imagine a WrestleMania without the four of them? That's crazy. Like, I'm sure Char, if Rhea didn't pick her, Char probably would have dropped the belt before Mania to somebody. Did they start running an ad as soon as the match started? Oh my god, be serious, guys. They are terrible to the women. I'm so tired. I do. I think Charlotte versus Rhea is actually the better option. Rhea was a face during their rivalry and Charlotte was a heel. They're completely different characters now. The rivalry is built. Bianca and Rhea has no history besides NXT, so it really wouldn't sell that great. Besides that, they're two great athletes and there's nothing to really build off of that. So they can run it for next Mania. It's not like Bianca and Ripley are going anywhere. Yeah, I do. I want to see her defend that chamber too, because I just want to see her in the ring. But I don't think she's gonna, unless they do something on Friday. I wish we could do watch-alongs. Like, I want to know, like, how we could do watch-alongs. Like, we need to find out how to do that. Like, Trashly does it, but Trashly has, like, a slideshow of, like, the live feed when she does Drag Race viewings. I want to do, like, wrestling.
成長してるじゃねえか。
What? What did I do?
ここは無理
Oh
だ
god.
な。
I could honestly see Becky or Bailey getting added and then them losing just to put them over. Like put the whoever wins in over. Why was Liv on Raw? What do you mean? What is happening with wrestling? I can't. I forgot that was happening. How do I get on this tower? Oh, there's an elevator. We move. Now why'd it stop? Oh. Becky looks good. Like, really good. Like, it's crazy.
よし、辺りを調べてみようぜ。
バイクのパーツを探さなきゃ。ガソリンとタービンホイール、それにあの世の干渉が強い場所か。
Well, here's another spoiler. Seth Rollins wore those funny red boots that look like Dora the Explorer's shoes. I need to see them. He did wear the shoes. The fishnet shirt and the... Oh, Becky, your man. Oh, she's a lucky girl, but she better... They still have a lot of time. They have a lot of time. And this is the main event?
お前消費者金融になんか興味あるのか？
あ、そういうところなんだ。
The way Becky runs, can you get a little faster, girl? Bianca's sell while Bailey doesn't sell it. So funny. Okay, they're giving them time. Good on the girls. I'm happy for them. I love that he did the stomp with the boots. I love that man. Seth Rollins. Wow. Yep. 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 He's everything. How much are those shoes? Someone's gotta know. I think this year is the first year we're gonna have a Money in the Bank loser. You can clip this, and when it's true, y'all are gonna gag. $350. Cute. That's not bad. I'd buy them. When I buy them and wear them to my next press event, what then? What would you do? What would you actually do? I want to try it. I'll give it a shot, Pixel. I actually am really excited about Honkai Star Rail. But that's not the most excited game I am excited for from MiHoYo. I want Zenless Zero, whatever. That game looks really good. Why can I not find what I need to find? Like, can I please get out of this? Oh, Damage Control came out and is beating up on Bianca. Okay, that's just rotted. Am I stuck? Okay. I can't find this. They love that superplex spot, like, please. The way Bianca waited. So weird. They are. I want to see a hair whip. What? What was that? Bianca sold the shit out of that. Oh. Oh. I really thought that was gonna be it. Ooh. Oh, Becky Sell. Okay, Sell. So Dakota is legitimately injured. Like she has like a kind of a small injury. No way she has an injury now after that. They just made her take a bump. Why is Liv there? Raquel? Natty? Asuka? What's happening? Oh, here comes Nikki Cross to do absolutely nothing. When did she get injured in Rumble? That's sad. I don't want to rewatch Rumble then to see. Oh, Io's about to do her spot, Queen. When Bianca pins Io. Not Io taking bumps. Uh-oh. Oh. Poor Io, girl. I mean, everybody wants to see Rhea versus Bianca at Mania, but I would love to see Bianca versus Io at Mania. I mean, look at the material. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, I definitely see them adding one of these two into the match. There's no way they're not going to. I'll be actually shocked if they don't. Oh, wow. That was great. The spots were kind of interesting. Like, some of them didn't really go over well, but honestly, pretty great for the girls. Like, they had a solid, like, 20-minute match. Never happens. Can you believe the last main event of a pay-per-view for the women was Bianca versus Sasha at Mania? That was the last women's main event match. They love to like let the women main event Raw and SmackDown, but never a pay-per-view anymore. It's really weird. I wonder if they make the main event too because they always can like cut them for time. No, it's just a WrestleMania match, not a main event. Well, I know before because there was only one night of WrestleMania, now there's two. So. Okay, I think I'm done with this game. Actually, no, I lied. If I can't find this, I will quit this game. Like, I literally can't find whatever the fuck this thing is. Of Mania this year, they're set to the main event. I like actually can't find this thing, and I'm stuck in these binoculars. Locate some gasoline and a turbine wheel. Oh.
高そうな車だ。
Thank you. Can we skip?
あれならタービンホイールがあるんじゃねえか。
ガソリンもありそうだね。
目星はついた。あとはお前の頑張りだぜ。
走るのは僕だからね。
So are the crutches actually to help Dakota?
どこから行こうか。
お前の好きなところからでいいぜ。おい、死ぬ気か。見ろ。
ここは無理だな。
おい、いいのがあるぞ。このタービンホイールは使えないな。型が違う。
これでもダメ？
リンクのやつ、替えの利かないもの使いやがって。おい、あれ。
足が
しまった。
Hello?
KK どこだ
We always are getting separated from KK. Like, what is happening? KK Slider?
KK
こいつらアキトなんとかできるか
やってみる全部片付ける
Widowmaker here. Even though this would be Hanzo, but you know, it's fine. In my Hanzo era? Oh wow.
うまいぞ アキトまた来やがったぞ
矢が切れた補充しなきゃどうだ
次当てればいい大丈夫だ
Oh my god. Ayazaki. I like literally can't aim because I can't see! Jinkies! I can't see without my glasses! Yes, very much. Hold on, I gotta close this tab. Okay, we're good. Oh my god. This was one of my Halloween costumes, but I didn't get to wear it this year, so I just decided to throw it on today, I guess. What is that? Stop this madness. Ow. Thanks. Are you serious to me right now? Okay, the way it did no damage, awesome. Oh my god. Oh. Can he fight for himself? Do something, Charlie. Okay. はい
いい腕だったぜやるじゃねえか
まあね
お前の体の中にいた方が落ち着くぜ
それは僕も同感だよ
Hello?
バイクのパーツを探さなきゃ
とりあえず他のものを探すぞ
Okay, so what now? Girl. We go there. I gagged her. Can you please calm down, ma'am? Christ. Okay.
俺なら知っている？とりあえず行ってみるか。
Oh wow, that cleaned up the whole map. Or a lot of it, at least.
なんだかもったいぶった言い方だったね。
どうせ俺たちが困っているのは楽しんでるんだ。
Just gagged him.
面白そうだ。
It's funny.
その時はお前も困ってるんだぜ。
Got him so good. I need to get on top of the building. Oh hey, this is the building we were at earlier. The other stream. It's funny. Okay. I want another Snapple so bad right now. I'm having so many cravings. Climb, girl! I feel like we're gonna get knocked off. Okay, we're good. Whoa. Yes, I want to go in. This seems like a boss. It's boss time. Why did he change his outfit? Go back. Not one of these girls. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. Oh! That chopped away at the FPS. She's so strong! Oh my god. Phew! My god. That was a toughie. There's another? Oh, you lie. You lie! Back again. I just missed. Me getting my ass beat. Okay, we did it. No, not a good way. No. No, no, no. The rocks do not recall. The rocks do not recall. I'm gonna ignore that. Okay.
簡単には手に入れられないね。
付き合うしかないな。
できれば早く帰りたいよ。
Oh wow. Visual here is gorgeous. Oh wow. Oh my god, it's like the sliding doors, but they're moving. What the fuck is that? Oh! Did not mean to do that.
香油だな。
Oh, I'll grab the oil. I always do. That's a joke,
よし
please.
長いは無用だ。とっとと帰るぜ。ちょ
He's so cute.
敵から隠れたいときは使えそうだな。
Where do we go?
Kegare が元に戻ってるよ。
道理で帰ってくるやつが少ないわけだな。
We just jump. We jump through it. Okay, I'm gonna take the door. I'm gonna run to the door. I'm running. Nah, not me. No.
助かった。死ぬかと思った。
あの世ってのは帰ってくる方が難しいもんだからな。
Oh, that's so far away.
お前、妹と二人で暮らしてたのか？
そうだよ。
そうか。それなら絶対あの子を救わないとな。
There is no fall damage. Work.
うるせえやつらだな。
Okay. We have to find a turbine wheel. Like, what is this? Hi, Artie.
さあな。
And when I do this... Oh, I know he was gagged. Oh, he's not dead. Okay. I hotwire this car.
そういうことか。うちのガキが好きだった車だよ。このタービンホイールなら使えるだろう。これで全部揃ったな。アジトに戻ってバイクの修理。
KK の家族の話、初めて聞いたかも。
話すほどのことじゃないからな。
KK の家族の話、初めて聞いたかも。
See, this is where I wish there were fast travels. Oh, you can.
Huh.
じゃあいつか聞かせてよ。僕も話す。
まあ、いつかな。
Why all of a sudden can you not climb? You can't climb bamboo? Like, hello? What? Is it too slippery? I actually have no idea what's happening. I'm just kind of following the objective. Oh, that's right. The custom motorcycle or some bullshit. They were like, this is beautiful. And I guess it doesn't have parts to it, so...
アキト、よし、動きそうだ。このまま敵陣に突っ込むぞ。準備はいいか？
It's prepping us for a fight. I want to upgrade my... This thing. Increases the fire rate. Is there damage? No. Okay, we'll just do this now then. Can I save my game? The warning? Not sure what that was, but... We ride a motorcycle here. We get crazy, we twerk here.
よし、行くぞ。
ああ。
そいつを押せ。
We did all that work to fix the motorcycle. The motorcycle's actually blown up. I just did all of that to save that motorcycle, and now it's blown up. So what now? What's it like to be in Paris?
Ah, 必ずマリを取り戻す。
Are we gonna climb it? I'd honestly be down for that. I want to do that. That'd be fun. Oh. Look at this. This is pretty. Oh, can't go that way. Pardon-moi. Girl, can I just jump over the wall? The way the game is instructing me to jump over the wall, but I can't.
あれは
私はここで死んだ。悔いを残してね。けど、それも
Oh my god, she's dead! No! Well, that must have been a really personal moment for somebody paying attention to the story. But I'm not that girl. Giggles.
KK もなのか
だろうな。
Can you please go back to running? I skipped it by accident. What?! I skip one cutscene and I lose all of the context of what's happening. There's a spider the size. I mean, honestly, it's probably not that big. That's probably how big the spiders are in Australia, so it's not far off. Preparing me. Oh, I'll kill any spider that comes across me in Australia. I'm just gonna put the wings behind me and not wear them. So what now? So what now? So what do we do? And how did we get here? Okay. The core is in its mouth, so we have to get close to it. Oh, and it's cooch. It's always the spider coochie. Oh god. Hi, Donnie. I honestly am quite surprised that this is a boss fight. Like, I literally, if you would have asked me a giant spider in Ghostwire Tokyo, I would have been like, you're a joke. Okay. Thank you, Donnie. Okay. No idea if I'm doing this fight right, but... Oh. That was only one? Oh my god, it's still not dead. I'm with you, Donnie. I don't know what's happening in this game either, so we're on the same page. Oh. Well, damn. Oh, that was the other crawl.
知るか。道場はし。俺はあいつを倒すまでは燃料切れにはならねえよ。
Now traveling to Lijiang Tower.
あの写真の家族のためにだろ。いい父親だな。
Let me in, 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 let me in.
中に入ったら。
There's no going back after this. Are you ready to proceed? Well, what do I got to live? What do I need? I need nothing. This is what we've been fighting for. This is my life's work. I have been waiting my entire life to do this.
どこかにあいつがいるはずだ。上に行ってみよう。
Hi.
集え、救いを求める者よ。集え、集え、一度でも死を恐れた者よ。集え、哀れな者よ。集え。
何言ってるんだ。
集え。
The way I played this game in an entirely different language by accident is actually kind of hilarious. I'm so fierce for that.
どうした？
変な声が聞こえる。妹の声だった。
あいつらが何か仕掛けてきてるのかもな。おい、どうした？アキト。アキト。行くぞ。
Clearly gaslighting.
お前の本心なのか。
We go.
相手の思うツボだぞ。
違うんだ。
アキト、しっかりしろ。
Oh. Who left their laundry in the elevator?
俺のこといい親だって言ったよな。俺はいい親なんかじゃない。刑事として一生懸命働いてさえいれば家族は守れると信じきっていた。
Can you tell I thought it was a door and not an elevator because I'm not wearing my glasses?
俺たちはもう家族じゃなくなっていた。息子は俺が渡したおもちゃ
This monologue in the elevator, like,
素晴ら
girl,
そうに見ている。
please. I look huge right now.
もうスーパーカーになんか興味がなくなっていた。
This fabric is not doing my body any favors.
それでも俺はこの戦いから逃げない。守りたいものを守る。
Can you recognize? Oh, I was like, can you recognize when your sister is not in the room? But his sister was actually in the room. I was like, that's not your sister with the mask on, girl.
魂は肉体を離れてこそ本来の姿を取り戻す。
死生観は自由だ。
I'll let the cutscene play. Let the music
独り
play.
よがりの妄想に人を巻き込むな。
正しい導きはいつの時代も疎まれる。だが君もすぐに理解するだろう。肉体がいかに無意味なものなのかを。
マリー様
必要な量の魂は集まった。
Right,
そ
right,
の全てを
right.
使い生と死の境界を破壊する。
Uh-huh.
君の妹は最後の礎として用いられる。とても尊い役割だ。
そんなことさせるか。
Yes, yes.
境界が失われれば世界は一変する。私はそこにささやかな楽園を作るつもりだ。妻と娘の魂が永遠に輝き続けることができる。
何が楽園だ。
そうだ、素晴らしいことを思いついた。この娘にも楽園を用意してやろう。強い意志を持った稀有な魂だ。場合によっては新世界の導き手になれるかもしれない。新世界のマリア。
Literally, what is happening?
イブか。
お前の夢物語など何の価値もない。
夢か。直接確かめたのか。妹の魂がこの肉体に戻りたがっているか否か。
それは
この娘の包帯の下はどうなっていると思う。肉体に固執しても苦しみが増すだけだ。
だからって
おい、惑わされんな。こいつを倒さなければ世界が終わるんだぞ。アキト、しっかりしろ。
Get it
時が
together!
完全に満ちた。ここから世界が変わる。新たな始まりの時だ。もう少しだ。
My controller's in my lap right now and it's vibrating so fiercely.
もう少しで我が祝願が成
Oh, wow.
就する。
立て、奴を追うぞ。
Oh my goodness.
マリー、お前は何を。
あいつの妄想に取り込まれるな。
Thanks, Pfizer.
目を覚ませ。覚まさないならお前を切り捨てる。アキト、お前本当にこのまま。俺はこいつを倒す。自分に勝つ。アキト、お前は邪魔をするな。 要は確かめるのが怖いんだろ妹の気持ちを
There's a lot of emotion here.
までやってきたことが全部無駄だったその答えを聞くのが怖いんだ
あんたに何がわかる
わからねえよ自分の家族の気持ちさえなわからねえから確かめに行くんじゃねえか
ケケ
俺は止まらないお前はどうする
僕も行くマリに直接確かめるまで死ねない
Boobs out! Boobs out! Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
誰よりも戦ってんだよなんで誰も俺を認めねえんだ家族さえもだ泣き言だらけ情け
Can you please?
そいつをぶん殴れるんだ願ってもない機会だよ
I need that. Needing that. Needing huge titties.何もしねえまま死ぬのだけは耐えられねえだから俺はここにしがみついてんだアキト俺みたいになるんじゃねえぞ Please. Needing that. Okay. Fuck. Don't think I'm doing this boss fight right. Is he not dead? That's what I'm saying. Like, I wish I could, like, trade. Like, you take my facial hair and...
まさか自分に引導を渡すことになるとはな。
ケイケイ。
行くぞ。黄泉の国はま
No,
だ。
I like my girl cock.
行こう。
Oh, they shove 5 and 6 into one chapter. Like one instance. Yeah. I hate the upkeep. It's exhausting. I have blonde leg hair, which is nice. Like my body hair is blonde, which is really nice. Except for like when I have armpit hair, it's exhausting. My facial hair is brown. I hate it. It's not even red, like. So like, is his sister dead? Like, I don't get it. No, like, I wish there was a easy solution to everything. Like, I'm so lazy. That's what's taking me so long to start, like, estrogen and like hormones and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. It's a lot of like stuff, and I'm like, I'm fucking lazy. I just want to be pretty. Yeah, but I'm not like I would like to speak to a doctor. Because I don't know anything about it, and I wouldn't have the traditional. I would not have the traditional transition. Not saying it's traditional, but like, I don't want to take something that's gonna get rid of my pee-pee. She's so mother. Alexis Michelle needs to get on the pod. I don't know, Marshall. I don't want to talk about it anymore. That's like very personal. We move on. Have you ever got? Do you want to like?
お母さん大丈夫だよね
Have you ever wanted to
お母さんいなくなる
shit?
なんでみんないなくなるんだ
I don't know. I had one of Alexis Michelle's merch in New York, and then when I moved here, I lost it, and it was autographed by her. Why are we? What is the story about this game in grocery stores? What is the backstory?
お兄ちゃんどこにいるの
Did our sister work at a grocery store and she died in one? I don't get it.
早く病院に来てよ
It's not clicking for me.
お母さんはお父さんに会いに行ったんだよね
ここから新しいスタートだな。
そうだね
It's a cute little setup. This is a cute apartment. I'd live here if it looked something like this. I don't know about the kitchen though. The kitchen is very important to me. Like this is actually what my, wait a second. This is literally my apartment in New York when I lived in New York. I literally had this thing with my microwave on it. This was my kitchen in my like little side room. And then I had a bedroom like that. And then I had a bathroom right here. This is literally what my apartment looked like in New York. This is crazy.
あと何回新しいスタートが来るんだスタートなんかじゃないよこれ落ちていってるだけだよ
どこまで下に行くんだこの階段
I don't remember what it was called.
どこまで落ち
It
る
was somewhere in Brooklyn. But it's been so many years and I did so many drugs back then, I don't remember what it's called. This is a lot of monologuing for what us to kill our sister in a boss fight. Like I feel like that's what's gonna happen.
あの子の言葉を聞きたかったんだろ
Yeah, I lived in the city for a little bit. I'm excited to go back when I go back to New York next month. Like, because I haven't been there since I left. I hope I can get into my school because I don't know where my student ID is. I'm like, okay.
どうして私だけ落ちていくどうせ落ちるなら自分から落ちていく
Not the snow. This is Massachusetts. We're in Massachusetts, guys.
大丈夫だマリに会わないと
そうだ守りたいものを守るんだ
逃げない
I mean, yeah. But like, what would I do with them, you know? It's like, it's very, I don't know. What are they trying to do here? It's a lot of talking. A lot of talking that I can't read because my eyes don't work like that until I get LASIK.
つながってる
Just, I don't think I'm probably gonna get LASIK ever in my life, but you know, it's a nice thought. When Mike tried to like gas her up with how he was like, "You look so sexy in glasses, baby," so funny.
この中だ 準備はいいか
「 Wow. Is this really the boss fight? I've seen one boss fight from this game, and it is probably this boss fight, which is funny because they were like, this game is so underrated, and then they show the final boss fight. Like, what? Like, yeah, it's underrated because the final, like, the good fight is at the end of the game. I'm not saying, like, I actually don't think this game is terrible. Like, I think all the boss fights have been pretty fine. But I'm just saying, in context. I want a Silent Hill tattoo, like bad. But I also want to get a nautical star for Ashley Mazzaro, right here. Okay, the vibrations are getting more violent on my coochie. Honestly, I think you should. You should get and make it say wind tone on your forehead. Wind tone Hampter. I actually was playing Wrecking Ball last night. He's really fun. Never played him before in my life. I played him last night and I was like, wow, this is fun. Hampter. Oh, not too much now, Marshall. Not my tank era. Not too much. When I play tank, nobody wants to heal me. This Bob? BOB said they calling you Bob. Yeah, but she got a nerf and a buff. She's really strong right now. Her healing can literally keep a tank up the entire game unless she gets off of him. Hey! Hey! Hey, Slay Mama, hey! I want her to eat his face off. I want her to be like, I'm actually dead, bitch. Gag. I'm actually a demon. I'm a ghost. Because there's a demon in his body, but his demon's a nice demon. And they're gay together. Yeah, kind of like Varus in League of Legends, how his body is inhabited by 3 gay guys having an orgy in his body. Am I allowed to say that? Demonetized on YouTube real quick. Well, I spelled. That's what he is. I know what you are. That picture of that dog. This would be really sad if I paid attention to the story, but I literally have not read a single caption this entire game. So... Especially because I am a big brother, this would make me sad. But you know, it's okay. Whatever. I think his sister was being inhabited by the... I don't understand how she survived, though, like, the storm. I'm surprised they kill her off like that. Damn. Wait, there's no way though, like actually. Not the entire game of us trying to save her and then she just dies. And then this bitch comes from the grave. Oh, it's a wrap. I love the look of ghosts in like these Japanese horror games. Like I like that they have like blue skin, they're like rotted away, their eyes are like super like blue tone. They almost look like they're drowned, but they're not. I like that trope. You see it a lot in different, like in Fatal Frame, Dead by Daylight, this. Lots of games like that have this kind of interpretation. K-On! The new Silent Hill is gonna have this too. Because the trailer showed like a ghost that was like blue. Girl, are you good? I don't think he's good. So we're just playing Resident Evil now. This is Resident Evil Down. Why is it so dark? Girl, I can't see shit. I like literally can't see anything. The no ammo slay. Wait, the music here is good. We turn up the music here. Turn the music up! Okay, I need to get ammo. So if you would excuse me. There's one. Oh, it got brighter. Ew, wait, it has like legs and stuff. Ew. Oh, Jesus Christ.
繋がった結果、自我まで崩れてきやがった。暴れてすらねえな。
I have to kill all these guys? This is a lot of enemies. I guess I can use the water because the water one doesn't do any damage to the actual boss. This guy has his umbrella. Huge. Look how pretty that is. That's gorgeous. Oops. Oh no. Nice. Not one of the bad bitches. Huge. Oh, I didn't even realize there was one on its ass. How am I gonna get that? Oh, I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it. Period. When she wakes up as a demon. Oh, she's gonna come back to life because it's gonna be a happy ending. I don't know. I feel like making her die is like such a weird... Like I would have expected her to... Hi, Max. Hello, Max H. back. What's the H stand for? Is your middle name Harry? Are you Harry? The gasp? How do you know that's your mom and dad? They have masks on. Why are you just doxing yourself in chat? Hello? To be honest with you, I didn't think this was gonna have such like an emotional story, considering I'm sure if I paid attention it would make me really sad because it's like a family like sad thing.
最後の最後まで生き抜いた後だ。
家族の前でようやく素直になれたってわけか。
What's
待
funny?
ってたと思ったらまだそんな。
最後に一つだけ頼みたいことがある。
うん。
妻と息子に伝えてほしい。俺は最後まで諦めずに生き抜いたと。
分かった。必ず伝える。
悪いな、使いっ走り頼んじまって。自分で行ければいいんだが、ちょっと疲れちまったんでな。
Why did you make... I know you aren't on your knees for a straight guy. Girl, stand up. Come on. You're better than this.
KK。
アキト、もう取り憑かれんなよ。死神は俺みたいにいいやつじゃねえからな。
なんだよそれ。勝手に取り付いておいて。礼ぐらい言えよ。
Zapster! Oh my god! Thank you for the raid! Wow, thank you so much for the follow, everybody coming in. We are just finishing Ghostwire Tokyo. We're probably gonna jump into a retro game like Jack and Daxter or Mario Party after this. But thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Anybody coming in, my pronouns are she, her. Would appreciate if you don't misgender me. Would appreciate that. Thank you so much for coming in. Hi, Icon. Hi! So happy to have you come in today. What did you do? What's going on? There's like this whole storyline going on. Like somebody's like dying, his family's dying. It's like so sad, whatever. But we're wrapping it up for the credits. Sorry, let me sit up for the raid. I did have fairy wings on earlier, but they're kind of uncomfortable and broken, so. We're doing some Fall Guys. Eat. You know they have WWE people in Fall Guys too. I think that's the last time I signed into Fall Guys was when they did the WWE collab. And I literally bought the whatever. Thank you all for the follows. Hi Piggy. Hi Rind. Wait, this was a game in memory of someone actually? Oh. Sorry I missed the stream. I'm not ending. Wait, that's so nice. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, so anybody coming in, we just finished Ghostwire Tokyo. We are playing this game specifically just because, like, we wanted to see... Oh, she passed away. We wanted to see it for ourselves because I saw there was a lot of shit on this game. Like, people were shitting on this game. I will give it... No, we just got raided, Necro. Oh. I will give it a solid 7 out of 10. Hi, Monster Cat. How are you doing? I would say it's a 7. I would say like 6.5. 7. I'm obsessed with WWE. Well, welcome in. I'm your girl. If you want to listen to 3 drag artists do a podcast on WWE, we have a new episode every 2 to 3 weeks. Would love to have you follow and support that as well. But thank you again, Zapstars, so much for the raid. Everybody from me, make sure you're following. My computer almost dies. Work. I just tapped out and it like did all that, girl. Please be serious. No, literally, I'm fighting for my life to get out of these games. Okay, but we're good. We did it. That's why I like never do anything in my chat. I usually am like, is there a mod present? Can you please? Because if I tab out, my computer will like die. I'm like, girl, please. I can't. Anyways, I can't believe we finished that in 2 streams. Isn't that kind of fierce? Thank you so much. Honestly, feeling very body dysmorphic because like this fabric isn't laying right on my stuff. I hate wearing like a bra and like midriff. Like I never wear midriff anymore after putting on some quarantine weight. I'm on a fitness journey, but I'm going to a drag show. Oh my god, have so much fun. Enjoy. Would love to catch up sometime. Thank you so much for the raid. Witness a family passing away. Oh, they passed away. No, they literally passed away. Oh. But enjoy, have a good time. Do it. Drink if you drink for me. Do a little sippy sippy. Okay, okay, we out. We finished. We play another game now. I'm shocked! We did that so fast. Work. There's probably some really good side content, but not for me. I'm gonna move on with my life.